Hello. Hello. Um, sorry, I'm just setting some stuff up here. Sorry, I'm just still setting stuff up here. I don't know why it's... I thought I'd started the stream earlier. Like, I was sitting here for like 10 minutes. Sorry, I don't know what is going on here. Okay. Well, what are we going to do today? We are going to work a bit on Penguin Ice, but then we're going to be touching on the mushroom game. Okay, sorry, we are going to be working on Penguin Ice. So, where was I? I was working on this part here, refining some code as we go along. Hello, Bammer. All right, it's me, Cash. Oh, awesome. Spammer is Cash. Hello, mate. First Penguin Lord. I'm just chatting with the other developer that is not that fish right now. We're talking about the mushroom game we're gonna be working on. Collab. Yeah, it's a side project, mushroom side project. Sorry, still okay. There we go. Let's see. Is static root is the root a transform? It is a transform. Sorry, I'm just completely sidetracked here. I keep looking over at the Sorry. Okay. Required force. Right, okay. Okay, so damage. Enemy can be knocked out by impact, and the collision, the relative velocity is greater than the required force. Then we pitch and spawn at transform position. And the transform is, of course, of the right. Okay, item manager player. If root dot try get component out. Item manager, I guess. Um, do we not use it anymore? Yeah, we do. Um, I guess we could just do that. Um, okay, we can do that. Um, okay, cool. The enemy is not dead and not knocked out, then we get a reaction. But why is that an else if? All right, still, what netcode lib? I'm using Photon Fusion. Sorry, I'm just getting, I'm talking to the guy about the mushroom game right now in Discord. So just a second. I'm sorry. I'm completely astray with my mind here. I'm very absent. Um, all right. Okay. So basically we've started work. The mushroom game is underway. Um, and yeah, we've set up like the project collaboration stuff. Okay. So punch reaction token, right? Okay, well, pitch is already being randomized, but here, the punch reaction. Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. We're already randomizing pitch. So I don't think that's... Okay, I guess we could do that. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, again, I keep going to the side chatting about the mushroom guy because we're setting up the project. Right, okay, yeah, because we're changing up the can you give me a shout out on your channel? Yeah, sure, I'll give you a shout out. Hey guys, EK3K on edits. Go and report his channel. Come on, guys, go and report EK3K on's channel. Shout out. Shout out. What's the issue? EK3K on? libgdx, good for creating game. Is that like a question or? I mean, look, my canon take on any sort of game dev related question is always okay, I got an email from like the marketing head at CCP or something. They want me to do a presentation at their company. God damn it, I keep getting, I'm doing too many things. Mr. Multitasker. Yeah, I wonder, this is not, give me a good shout out? All right, guys, get ready for a good shout out. Who's ready for a good shout out? We're getting a call. It's a call from the police. They're saying EK3K on is out there diddling kids, guys. Come on, go and report EK3K on's channel. Let's do this, guys. Together, we shall overcome. Shout out to EK3K on. Saying that when I'm the only viewer right now? Well, you just got shouted out to yourself. I guess you have to self-report. That's sad. At least I don't do nothing on live streams. What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? Well, let's just say it doesn't look like you're doing much. Well, let's just say it doesn't look like you're doing very much. That's how EK3K on, aka Kitty Diddler, felt when he typed that out. Well, let's just say it doesn't look like you're doing much. Well... You're just saying what I said? Yeah, that's what you said. I'm literally just repeating it in the way that you said it and the way that you would say it. Well, let's just say don't look like you're doing very much. Like, exactly. That's people are saying I'm the best at doing impressions of EK3K on. And this is my top impression. Listen to this. Well, let's just say it don't look like you're doing very much. That's 100% canonically correct impression of EK3K on, aka Kitty Diddler. Now, of course, I'm not saying that EK3K on diddles kids. It's just what people are saying. I wouldn't say that, but that's just what people are saying. People online, I just hear it. You know, it's in my social circles. That's what people are saying. You're gay? That's interesting. Do you think it's bad to be homosexual? I didn't know. Guys, it turns out that EK3K on is not just, or at least people aren't just saying that he's a kitty diddler, he's also homophobic. That's crazy. My cousin is gay, so I'm not homophobic. Then why would it be why do you state the fact that you're gay as like some sort of insult? That's very interesting, EK3K on, aka what people are saying, Kitty Diddler. It's quite interesting. I'll just leave it at that. It's interesting. Okay. I just explained it. A penguin in a corn costume is odd. So you're saying that gay people are odd? Is that what you're saying? EK3K on, aka Giddy Diddler? That's interesting. I'll just leave it at that, guys. That's very interesting. Very interesting. No, I'm saying you're odd. But you said you just explained it. What? How does gay relate to odd? That's kind of homophobic. Not gonna lie, bruh. Not gonna lie. You're digging yourself a grave here, buddy. You done screwed up. You're rage baiting me? Is this JavaScript? No, this is C#. It's only rage bait if you fall for it. You know that, right? Um, is static root and isn't a player, but what would be static? Oh, right. C# used to have the same syntax as Java, right? Yeah, C# has very similar syntax. In fact, I would say it's basically Microsoft Java. It's near identical in most ways. I haven't used enough Java to say, but what people do say online in online discourse is that C# is more aware of what it wants to be, less verbose, and in general, like, cleaner to write in, supposedly. I can't speak to that. I haven't written enough Java to know. I have written Java, but I just haven't done it professionally, right? So if I were to say that, oh yeah, you know, Java is this and C# is that, I'd be talking out my ass, because I don't know. What I do know is that Java streams suck ass and C# link is amazing. That's what I know, okay? And for those of you who don't know what streams and link are, it's basically more like functional programming oriented way to work with data, so you can like pull essentially any sort of collection as if it were like a database, essentially. So you can do, you know, you can map functions, and you can reduce and all these typical functional features on collections. So that's quite nice. And the stream implementation in Java is just kind of ass, but link is nice. So like if I have these array here of contacts, I could do like contacts dot select, which is a link feature, right? So I can select and then t, where t is the parameter. So this is a lambda function here. So I could do t dot, and select is essentially map, right? So it changes the way it's being selected. So for every element t in contacts, I can say that t is whether or not it did the awake function, right? And now I have like a an array here essentially. I think it's not an array. I think it's an IEnumerable. But I could do to array then, which also is a link method, right? So you can do fancy stuff like that with link, and it's super nice and clean. But in Java, as far as I understand it with their streams, and I tried streams once, but they might have changed because Java keeps updating. You have to do like another assignment or something. You can't just on the collection of data do these operations, not just plainly. It has to be like convert to a stream and then do the operations on the stream, and then from a stream to like back to a collection, and it's like kind of cumbersome. But that might be different now. Again, I'm gonna say this with a pinch of salt. I cannot confirm exactly that this is how it works in Java, but I like the way it is in C#, and that's as much as I'll say. So I think the alertable stuff Hey, my exams are over. I can work in my game now. What up, Slope? It's all good, Blue Wolf TV. It's all good. We just gave a shout out to AK3K on, who was in the chat. Awesome guy. I used to code in C#, and now it looks totally different. Now it's like JavaScript and Java combined. I mean, I have also done a little bit of JavaScript, and I would say that JavaScript is very... Are you talking because it's using the var? Because var is not... Like, it's still strictly typed. Unlike Java, which is so loosey-goosey. It just accepts. Like var damage is really just in the background. That's int damage. TY, not TV. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Blue Wolf, thank you. Or Blue Wolf Tie. You ever played Ty the Tasmanian Tiger? That's probably a game for you. Call me Winter. Ah. The winds of winter. Okay, so I want to move this I don't know if I alert. What are you working on? I'm working on Penguin Heist right now, but I've got this other game, this shroom game. And that's sort of an interesting game that I'm working on as well on the side. It's basically you're familiar with player object dot try to get components. Sorry. You're familiar with the short hike, right? Did you ever see me work on the Puffin game? If I can ask it that way, did you ever see me work on the Puffin game? Yeah, so basically, I want to make a game that's sort of like a short hike, and web fishing. So web fishing is another game that I'm inspired by. I haven't played web fishing, but just the vibe of it inspired me. It's like that, but you're hunting for mushrooms. So you're walking around this island, multiplayer, and you're picking mushrooms. And you can like eat the mushrooms, and every mushroom has a unique effect. And then like they can grow you, shrink you, make you run faster, double jump, maybe make you see weird stuff. And you're just like buying and selling or picking and selling these mushrooms for money, and then you can get like new gear like shovels to find mushrooms underground. And it's like this social hangout game, but you're existing in this mushroom world. Yeah, it's a little bit of a thing I'm working on. I love Penguin Heist, got a lot of fun with it with my sister. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm still working on Penguin Heist right now. That's happening here. I'm just trying to improve the networking, really. I don't know, like the burn stuff. Oh, burn is just hey Sky, wanna be especially the cooking game? Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who like the cooking game. I myself like it as well, so Almighty One, what tips can you say on the person who's trying to get experience from it? Huh? I would answer the question, but I'm not sure. Increase awareness. That's the thing. Oh, IT technology. Okay. So you're trying to get better with like computers in general? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. So what I would say is look into general computer architecture. Are you working solo? No, I'm working as a duo, so it's me and one other guy. Look into computer architecture. That's where I would start, okay? Look into networking architecture as well. So computer architecture is like, that's the fundamentals of what is a computer in the first place, right? So you should have a pretty good idea of this essentially. You could have something like this, yeah. I mean, there are more levels to it, but we can see if we can get this image. Right? Because what is a computer, right? A computer is a it's a machine that takes input, and the input can be in form of like keyboard, mouse, yeah, sure, a scanner or a joystick, whatever. It does something with that input, and then it produces output, whether that's through a monitor, a speaker, headphones, or like in the case of this schematic here, a printer. Right? That's what a computer does. But what we're interested as, like, if you're working in IT, right, you're interested in what is going on inside this black box. The average user does not, right? The average user does not care what happens in here. But as an IT specialist, you have to know what happens in here. So, like, what is a CPU? What is memory? What is the cache? What's the difference between a GPU and a CPU? What are like the registers? What are cache levels? Right? All of these different things you have to be aware of and be able to work with. And that then ties into programming, because programming is about manipulating the internals of this black box that is the computer. And so you want to be like very much in tune with that, with what that is. And now, knowing what that is only part of it, right? Because computers, as they exist today, don't exist in a vacuum. They exist on the network, right? And so you need to become familiar with the networking architecture. And there's the networking layers specifically. That's what you need to become familiar with. So you have like the physical, the data link, the network, transport, session, presentation, and then application layer. And you need to become sort of aware. You don't have to be able to list these off just off the top of your head, right? But like understand what sort of different layers there are to the network in which you exist. Even though you're not, you know, you're probably ever only working on, you know, maybe 7, maybe possibly 6, right? But in general, you're probably just working on layer number 7. But understanding 6 down to 1 is still not a stupid idea. And it's the same thing with the computer, right? You're not writing machine code, but being able to read machine code is probably a good thing. You're not designing the CPUs, but understanding what a CPU does is probably a good idea. Understanding like how many cycles it takes to read from like different layers of cache, and what are like cache misses, what are like data congruency and stuff, right? So understanding that is a good thing. But you're talking about like becoming a jack of all trades, and honestly, being a computer scientist, you have to, at least within the realm of computation, you have to know a lot of different things. You have to know the inner workings of like whatever programming language it is you're working with. You have to know a bunch of algorithms. You have to know like, how does a computer work? How does the network work? And then maybe, you know, whatever framework you're working with, and say you're making games, you need to understand the game engine, or you're working with web, then you need to understand a bunch of different web tools. And there's like so many different environments that you need to invest yourself in. But then also, I mean, if you're changing job, you get introduced to a completely new environment that's all filled with like decades of rich information typically. And so you have to be like ready and willing to absorb a lot of knowledge very fast. It's not like, you know, say you're working in like moving from a grocery store, you're working in a grocery store and now you get transferred to another branch, right? It's not going to be a wealth of information that you're going to need to absorb moving from branch A to branch B. It's probably going to be relatively the same, but moving from point A to point B as a computer scientist or a programmer or whatever, it's a different thing. And the way that you can soften the blow of that transition is being this supposed jack of all trades, right? Having this wealth of knowledge makes transitioning from point A to point B very easy. Like I'm doing nothing but game dev. But if you asked me to transition to some corporate enterprise company that makes software for cars, I probably could, right? Because it's all transferable knowledge. And I can make that transition easy because I have like this at least seemingly in-depth understanding of the broader environment in which I work in, and not just the understanding of like the framework in which I work. Because that's the thing, don't just understand a framework, right? Be an engineer and understand the environment in which you exist. Because it might be, you know, you could compare it to someone who's really, really good at math in grade school, right? And then they move over to high school and they start sucking, right? They become really bad. And as it turns out, the only thing they were good at was memorization. But they never internalized the actual underlying logic of what math is. And it's the same thing with programming, right? You know, if you want to have transferable skills, you can't just do the memorization work. You need to actually internalize the surrounding environment, the underlying structures of what you're working with. And that's why it's so valuable to, you know, learn about the way that computers work, the way that networking works. Beyond just like, how does my framework work? How do I like, it's more interesting to know, how does a computer render triangles on the screen in a 3D environment? That's an interesting thing to know. What's an uninteresting thing to know is like, how does Unity3D, how do I make Unity3D show a model on the screen, right? That's two very different things. They're technically dealing with the same problem of rendering triangles on a screen, right? That's the same problem, but one is posing the question within the framework of like Unity3D as a game engine, and the other one is posing it as a question of computers in general. And knowing those details is also how you can how should I say? It's how you can move from one environment to another, right? And it's also how you know what questions to ask. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Because I mean, a lot of knowledge in computer science and computation is the same as it was many, many years ago. You like to think that tech moves very fast, but in reality, it doesn't. Like, a lot of the fundamentals were discovered many years ago. Like, we're still to this day using a lot of the same shader tech that was used in the 90s. We're still to this day drawing triangles to represent graphics. Of course, you got some voxel rendering and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's all triangles under the hood, right? And that holds true for a lot of things, right? It's the same algorithms. The quick sorting an array, done the same way, has been for many years. AI, it's all based on the one and the same paper from 2017. The only difference is that they've changed the model slightly and heavily invested in scaling up the GPUs. So access to the high-speed internet played a part too. In terms of AI, I think no. The big part with AI is the 2017 paper from Google. Attention is all you need. And then GPU tech having scaled up in the way that it has. To the public? Yeah, well, I mean, it's all data after all. It's not just all data. I mean, there is it's all about the structure of the data, right? You can have, if you have a bunch of shitty data, well, you've poisoned your model. So it's, I think all data is a little bit underselling the... It's about data, but it's also, I mean, it's also like in terms of training it. Again, the reason they need so many GPUs is not just to run the models, but it's actually to train the models. I think it's not necessarily so, like, you know, it's difficult to use good data wrong. I think it is a big part, I would argue, of like good data is easily workable. Like, yes, you could screw up even with good data. Like, yes, that is possible. But in general, if you have good data, you'll see that it's quite easy to work with. And you feed good data into the AI models, you get good outcome, right? It's just kind of difficult to get good data. And good data changes on the context. So in the context of like AI models or whatever. Hi from Turkey? Yeah. In the context of like AI models, you need to what is it called? Like when they note the data, they classify. Good data was already in the database for ages. No, that's the thing. It was not in the database for ages. Because there's a lot of manual work being done by real people to create these AI models. Oh, Control D. That's the one. No, but a lot of the time they've spent has been like classifying this data and pre-processing the data. Like, yes, the data has existed, but it's not existed in the structured form that they need it to exist in. And that's part of the problem. Like AI they had a lot of data, it just wasn't so structured. But yeah, it's it was this paper here from 2017. This is like the flash that ignited the AI spark. Because I mean, we've had neural nets for a while. Same amount of neurons as a human. Is that like the thing is that neurons fire in a very different way from the way that you think of neurons. Like the way that neurons are in AI is very different from see work in yeah, it's a video, the video I'm watching that has the music. Yeah, no, so the human brain neuron is very different from an AI neuron, like, because we're talking about when we have AI models, we talk about neural nets, which is basically these stepping functions, right? So like data goes into a step function, the step function says it's either like true or false depending on like the strength of the input, and that is sort of modeled after how the human or other brains work, right? Where you have a neuron, electronic signal gets sent, and then, you know, depending on the strength of said signal, there's like a response, right? But that's still a simplification. There's a lot more going on than just that in the human brain. So that's why even if you had the amount of neurons of a human brain, it still doesn't capture the complexity of a real actual human brain. Like, because the neurons in a neural net are a vast simplification of a real human neuron. Off topic, how well do we know the human brain? I mean, we probably know it quite well. I mean, we don't... It depends on like what is it that you're wondering if we know, because that, I mean, there's so many ways to pose the question, right? I mean, I think it is ironic though that our understanding of the human brain is also limited by the capabilities of the human brain to understand itself. I think that's a little funny thing. Why would it be a player collision if it's a static route? Are you a spy? Yes. Also, I hate speech to text because I have to talk like a robot for the mic to understand my words. Yeah, but you don't have to do that with the AI speech models. They're surprisingly competent, which is pretty cool. Right, did I save this? Can I do that? Restart, is that a command? Okay, sweet. Did it not? Sorry. I'm gonna go back to lurking in this chat. Scary Bob. Scary. Ominous. Wait, is it? Oh, SPG. No, I want to have SG. Okay. Oh my god. I'm getting absolutely sidetracked. I have a list of what I'm supposed to be doing, so I don't know. Okay, so I think this should be synchronized now, so we'll just check that in at least, and then we'll do a little play test to see if punching is immediate now or not. I guess it wouldn't be because the audio is being spawned by the server, right? We could do like a spawn immediate or RPC spawn audio. Okay, it's all, so that should run locally then. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, that's the nice change going from shared. Okay. Play host. Oh, mid-session join. Steam not launched, apparently. All right, Roblox after? No, probably not Roblox. We'll be doing mushroom game stuff. I'm just doing a lot of messaging here. Hot girl DM? No, it's a mushroom game. Only spies play Roblox. True, true. Do you think there's a person of like a jack of all trades? I mean, I don't think like it's good to be a jack of all trades, but also be like focused in your learning. Don't just be like surface level about everything, because I think that's a mistake. And there are many industries who just don't care for jack of all trades types. Generally, I would say that the jack of all trades person falls into a certain personality type of a person who is like deeply invested in learning things, right? But then there's a second type of jack of all trades person who's a person who's scared of learning things. And I think that's a more misguided way of being a jack of all trades, because what ends up happening is you never learn anything, right? As soon as things get hard, they just stop, you know? Okay, yeah, you can't punch it all now. But it sounds really cool. We shouldn't be something just because it sounds cool. But you want to try to be one. No, but look, you shouldn't try to be a jack of all trades. That's just something you end up being, is what I'm saying. Don't force it. Like that, if you look at someone like Leonardo da Vinci, right? He did everything. He did research, he did art, he did inventions, what have you, right? Do you think he did those things just because he wanted to be a jack of all trades, or because he had a genuine interest in all these things? It's obviously because he had a genuine interest, right? And so that's what you have to ask yourself. What are your interests? Then it's a side, you don't have it as a side goal. It's either you do or you don't. But if like you have to be I don't know, it's just something you become. Like you don't say to yourself, hey, I'm gonna wake up and become a jack of all trades, right? You just do. I'll grow as a shitty programmer or YouTuber. like for me, becoming a jack of all trades was quite, you know, became quite obvious. And that's because I'm working in indie, right? I'm an indie game developer. And what do you do as an indie game developer? Well, you have to make a bunch of stuff. You have to make the models, the textures, the scripts, the levels, the music, you know? Right? So becoming a jack of all trades is like a necessity. But I don't think you can just sit around and say like, hey, I'm going to become a jack of all trades. Where do I start? Thank you for unintentionally calling lazy and uninspired. You're only lazy and uninspired if that's the way you feel, right? I'm just giving you a reality check, right? If you already were inspired to do something, none of what I said should be like any bother to you, right? But if you're sitting here and you think like you're, you know, and you're worried about your own motivation, and what I said just there is you going like, maybe I don't want to be this jack of all trades. Well, then maybe you weren't inspired to begin with, right? But if me saying this makes you like burn stronger and be like, yes, I'm actually going to put my effort into this thing I've been wanting to do for a while now. Well, then, yeah, maybe being a jack of all trades is something for you. I'm just trying to cheer myself up after having an episode. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, sometimes it's good to be like realistic also about you're trying to cheer yourself up. Don't set your sights too high if you can't live up to the expectation, right? You can cheer yourself up in meaningful ways that are also realistically achievable. And I think becoming like a jack of all trades, it's asking a lot of a person. If you want to be better than you ever were before, then all that takes is literally doing one thing and becoming better at that, right? Literally do one thing. Learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, and then you'll be better than ever before. Every single time you improve at anything, you become better than ever before. Assuming your skills don't degrade, but there are very few skills that like actually degrade significantly, so. Maybe like physical skills. Okay, it seems like that one's at least fixed. Predict punches locally. Network rigid bodies. Right, that was a big issue. A quote that's fitting is, for these we cherish, we die in glory. Or for those we cherish? Is that what you mean? Or... Oh. You want to be remembered doing good? Yeah, but I mean, it's also like, what's the value in doing good if it wasn't something meaningful to yourself as well, right? So, don't sweat it. A big dreamer? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have a dream, just follow it, dude. Hey, let's see. Let's see. Okay, yeah, update. Is this Unreal Engine? No. And I always like to say that it's unreal how bad Unreal is. Am I right, guys? You know what I'm talking about. This is Unity3D. Hello, Mosaic. Fun. Okay, so I guess, wait, if not assigned rigid body. Right, okay. You also use Unity. Nice. Move this up as well. How do you like Unity? How long have you used it? Used it for a while or? Is this being referenced anywhere? Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no reason for that to run in fixed update. We just put that in simulate owner. $3 months, but it's like I've been using it for years. Interesting. Yeah, I've been using it since 2000. What is it? Like, I think the first time I ever used it, it was like 2013. I was a kid. But I've been using it full time since 2020. Why did you choose Photon Fusion? Don't you have to pay for CCU? Yeah, but I mean the money you're paying for CCU is like pennies, dude. That's the thing. It's not much. It's not expensive. And I'm using Photon Fusion Shared, which is really nice. Basically, the way it works is you have all your messages going through relays. And those relays have an application layer that does all kinds of fancy optimization. And every single client is their own state authority. And it's basically running on the same networking architecture as like games like Peak. Arguably, even World of Warcraft runs the same networking architecture. Of course, they don't use Photon Fusion, but you know they have servers. You'll see the same in GTA. Also uses the same structure. And this shared networking architecture is, I don't know. I just like doing shared networking architecture, and yeah, I like Fusion. They have like robust support. They're of course like commercially incentivized to help out their customers. But yeah, I mean, we're not paying an insane amount for CCUs. It's not expensive. I mean, but when you start like paying those insane amounts of money for your CCUs, like then you're already making bank at that point. So you shouldn't be complaining about like, oh man, I have to pay like $100 a month or whatever for my CCUs. Like by the time you're making that kind of money where you have to pay $100 for your CCUs, you made it. So okay, let's see here. I think these we can pick up. Oh. But now it's not sync transform anymore. And what about for the server? Hello, or... Twitch keeps dying without VPN? For real? That's crazy, dude. Uzbekistan be like? Or China? Yeah, it seems like, oh shit. Like, oh. God. Wait, UDP is throttled? Nah, dog. That's diabolic. You're back, EK3K on? How long have you been working on this project? Since 2020, mid 2020, late 2020, I think, actually, like September 2020. For the most part, my whole house is VPN most of the time anyways, but it's just annoying, man. Why do you VPN your house anyway? Why do people do that? Like, it's not introducing any level of security. I feel like the only reason you'd want a VPN is streaming other Netflix shows or something. Then you might as well torrent those anyway. What do you do on lives? Honest question, not sarcasm. So basically, for those of you who don't know, EK3K on, aka Kitty Diddler, at least that's what people are saying, is asking a question about what I do on my lives. So what I do on my lives is I work in game development. I make games, I do programming. And so maybe if you're not into programming, you might find it slightly uneventful, but you know, this is where we're at. Is controlled. Is true. Mm-hmm. Diddler is crazy. Crazy? How is crazy one? Yeah, this whole file is a travesty. Let's see, does it even receive this message? I don't think it does. Debug.log. Message received. Yeah, I'm happy I don't have to bother with that VPN shit. VPN stuff is giving a second-class citizen. Am I right? Who's with me? Yeah, okay, it doesn't get there. Yeah, it receives it for the EU palette. But is it not released then? Aha! May if you need to access your service, you're gonna VPN anyways, no matter what, no matter where you at. But here, why would you have to VPN to access your servers? You just couldn't you just own a domain? Like that's how I do it. I own a domain and then just access through the domain. Or what do you mean? For your place to stand upright, do you use the rigid body constraints and freeze the X and Z axis? No, I don't have to do that. He actually, he stands up on his own. I'm using, the joints, so, configurable joints. If you look at the actual, root structure, here you can see there are no constraints. Exposing ports is a very dangerous game. I mean, like SSH, maybe access the router, etc. got hacked pretty badly back in 22 when I used to have ports open like it meant nothing. Well, I mean, couldn't you be a bit more safe about it? Like, I haven't looked too much into it, but I'd imagine there are safe ways to expose ports. Like they're saying, yeah, an open port is not inherently dangerous, and an unprotected service listening on that port is. And you can restrict which IPs are allowed to connect to which ports. So yeah. Which software do you use to create your 3D models? I use Blender. Yeah, I use Blender too. I don't know. I don't do much in terms of networking. I just have my little local Linux server just hosting some shit. I'm not really doing anything super advanced. I haven't really had to look into much stuff. Maybe at some point if I start self-hosting my version control or something like that, but okay. Sync transform. Okay, so it's not awaiting controller state. Not assigned and not is controlled. Or should it not be there? Let's see. Right, assigned transform state is true. Now it's false. Then it's true. Oh, okay, seems to be working now. It doesn't seem to like maintain the velocity. Wow. Interesting. They're like on release. Is there something? Uh-huh. Yeah, I need to look over this script, dude. It's so many get components. It's horrible. Yeah, it's kind of annoying because you throw it, but it doesn't get thrown. But like it feels like it should. I guess. It's the physics material, like. Sometimes it gets thrown. I mean, it can get thrown. It just doesn't get thrown identically. Technical debt moment? Yeah, well, it's more like I didn't know what I was doing moment. I feel like technical debt, to me, is more like I'm aware of what a shitty decision I'm making here, but I'm still choosing to just be okay with that. Which is very different from... I don't know what I'm doing. But I mean, I guess you could argue, you know, that, oh, well, you didn't spend the time to learn it, so that's also a moment of debt. But I feel like, you know, I forgive myself for not knowing the best, but I don't forgive myself for taking shortcuts. What could make sense... Yeah, that's the thing. All code eventually becomes debt. So then, you know, it's like you have to be careful about where you apply it. I feel like, because I'm doing the shared authority now, I could just take state ownership over the object that I'm holding. And that way I don't have to do this weird ping pong shit. And I feel like it's more playing into the actual architecture if I just take over the authority. Yeah, I mean, literally anything you do at the start is already debt. But that's the thing. It's like I don't see that as debt. Right? That's just the natural flow of creating any project. You're going to assume that you're going to be rewriting stuff in the first place. A question about auto loads. That's depends, because I have no idea what auto loads are. But maybe I can answer. Maybe I'll surprise myself. Are you talking about auto loads? Like level of detail? Was it auto corrected? Singletons. Like dependency injection? Like the data that is loaded when the game starts. Yeah. I mean, you just with Unity, I feel like so many people go like way overboard with dependency injection. I feel like they're trying to, I don't know. There so many dependency injection patterns are so absolutely shit ugly. I can't stand them. In 99% of cases, just initializing stuff in awake and then assuming that it's done in start is like good enough. Predictive authority is not the same though. It's the difference is that I have state authority, right? I have full state authority. So like what I would do here, if I would pick this up, right? Now I have a simulated authority over it. So I'm telling people I grabbed it in this rotation with that, you know, joint and whatever. But then the moment I let go of it, the server takes back ownership. For example, I'm loading data of items I've written in JSON so it can use to process the game data. You could technically, I mean, I guess depending on if you want to have modability, but you could technically just do that even before runtime. But you could just do that in Awake. And, you know, some data I like to have in an initialization scene. So like if I know that data is going to persist across every single level all the time, I'll just do like initialize that in the first scene the game loads up. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying here, just minus the fact that the server checks every position you send against what it thinks it should be. Yeah, so here the server just stops checking. So the moment I hold this, I own it basically, and now it's just like, or technically no one owns it because the server's not telling anyone what anything's supposed to be. It just says that this player is holding on to this item. But the moment I throw it, now the server says this is where it's supposed to be. And I no longer have authority over that item. What I can do with a state authoritative structure for myself, like a shared state, is I can say that I own this now because I picked it up. I own it. So like as I throw it away, I'm telling it where it is. Which is a bit different than telling the server to tell everyone else where it is. There's a distinction there because with the shared structure, you have a relay server who's like a man in the middle who has the truth, but everyone else is like a peer to that central, you know? Like you essentially have the relay server, everyone connects, right? And the traffic goes both ways in and out from the relay. And in the case of the server, this is also a client. But in the case of the peer-to-peer shared structure, That's not a client. It's literally just a information transmitter. But like with prediction and stuff, you're trying to more it's less about giving the player authority over the state and more so giving it input authority, so it controls its own input and then chooses to ignore or listen to the data that the server is sending, because the server is the only one who has the truth. But in a shared authority, there are multiple truths spread across multiple clients. So like the gun I'm holding here, there's no prediction or anything. This is just, I'm simulating this locally and telling everyone else what the case is. This is not like input authority. This is state authority. How do you store your data that you have for weapons, for example? So I store them in prefabs. Sometimes it's good to store them as scriptable objects. It depends on sort of what structure you want. You could store them as, you know, classes too. You have like a prefab that then contains a list of classes, and then you update those classes. Or you could have a scriptable object and then reference that scriptable object. Or you could have prefabs, a bunch of prefabs that are just, you know, corresponding to an object. It's a matter of taste. It's a matter of context of the project or everything. But like all my weapons are defined as prefabs. So I have prefabs, items. All my weapons are just separate prefabs that have an item script on them. And then I have a, I think it's loadout database or something. The item database. Yeah. So this is a scriptable object item database. And I just reference all the prefabs are referenced in this, into this huge array. And that I then load in from this item database into, like, I can reference the item database in any other object in any other scene. So I could have like the weapon store, which loads in from that item database. I could have the hotbar, which loads in from that item database. And then I could have like the item manager, which spawns in item from the item database. Yeah, so and the scriptable object is already, you know, preloaded, if you will, right? It's just a bunch of references. I'm doing this, but in JSON. Yeah. And so unless you know that you're gonna change the JSON, I would just have a script that, like, either you just load it in the first scene and you can have like some sort of class that maintains it, or you could just do it before you even build the game, so the players don't see the JSON, right? The JSON doesn't even arrive in the build. It just is a project thing. I mean, if you have like preloaded stuff, it's just a bunch of references at the end of the day, and somewhere in memory they're going to exist no matter what. A reference is quite cheap. Like I don't have these prefabs preloaded. It's just a reference table to all the prefabs in my project. And you can have thousands of references to 1,000 different prefabs. It's not going to impact memory, really. Compile to SO. Yeah, or just have it read into a class, you know. That's the way you do it doesn't really matter. You could have it be read into a prefab. It's, you know, as long as it's like, you know, if it's not going to change after the game being built, you can just pre-bake it, so to speak. Rigid bodies are networked. Cool. Mid-session join. Right. I think that's in the game manager. Yeah, I'm being very cautious how I store this since the game will be WebSocket and HTML can only handle so much. Are the players receiving the weapons as JSON? Like, are they being networked from a server or something? Because I don't think you're not going to run into any trouble, I don't think, with like any asset you have, any like 3D model or like texture or whatever is probably going to take up way more space than any sort of reference table to any sort of assets you have. Is being given in Godot, but I just have the information like file path references. Yeah, it's you don't have to worry about that, I don't think. You know, I don't believe in like premature optimization being bad, but if you don't know what you're optimizing yet, I think it's best to just, you know, try and do it the quick and dirty way and see if that's good enough. Like, it's fine to have, if you know what you're working with and you know like the performance benefits you could see by doing it another way, then sure, you know. But I generally just take the approach of like, if I don't know what I'm getting myself into, I don't spend too much time trying to overestimate the problem that I'm actually solving for and just, you know, dive into it. Wait, is this unused? Oh, unused parameter. Mid-session on. Yeah, no problem. But it's not going to be a I don't think you're going to have any issues. Right, and then you join in this session. Did you finish? I did finish. I ended up in, I think, 5th place or something, which makes sense because I mean, my game was mostly vibe and not so much gameplay, so I accept it. But I feel I will argue, okay, I will argue that there has been this recent trend in game development, especially, to boil down what feels like every single gameplay, like every single game has to be boiled down into like some gameplay loop. And I feel like every single game I see these days, especially in the indie scenes, it's also mechanic focused. Now it's gone so far that even like players themselves talk about tight gameplay loops. It's like the Balatrofication and the vampire survivification of gameplay. When Minecraft released, no one was talking about gameplay loops. You just build, you kill pigs and build house. You know? But yeah, it feels like there's this formalization of games, and I don't know. When I play one of those games, I just think, man, you know, some people will look at those games and they think, man, this game was designed to be fun, man. This is like, these guys boiled down the essence of their game. It's awesome. They really nailed it. But what I'm thinking is, this game just feels studied. It feels soulless. It feels like it's just begging for me to play one more round. And that's what I feel about like roguelikes at large. It feels like formulaic. Even though they're like constantly breaking the formula, they're changing things up, it still somehow feels like formulaic. Spreadsheet inspired game, pretty much. And those were never the games I liked growing up, right? I mean, I like a game like Civilization, but even Civilization is absolutely wacky freeform, you know? It can get quite wild, and that doesn't feel like some tight gameplay loop. And even like the end goal is like super broad. You look at a game like Black and White or Fable or like any of the Elder Scrolls games or I mean, yeah, I could go on, right? You get my point. These aren't games that I look at and I'm like, damn, what a tight gameplay loop. Those games really made it epic and numbers go up. It's the cookie clickerification of games, right? Balatro, number go up. Cookie clicker, number go up. Vampire Survivors, number go up. And for some reason, number go up is like equal to I don't know, tight gameplay loop, I guess. Mega Bonk. And I'm not shitting on those games, but I'm saying there's this perception I feel like in the indie game space that is the real way to design games. Like a tight gameplay loop equals good game. And I don't mind those games, right? I don't mind them, but yeah, they feel like the kind of Flash games I'd play back in the early 2000s. Yeah, I mean, I digress. I'm not, yeah. So the winner was a gameplay loop game? Yeah, it's just a game. You have a camera and you're taking pictures of things jumping out of bushes, and then you upgrade your camera. Like that was sort of the game. And you like you play during the day, you take photos, during night you take photos, and you literally your only input is like left and right and press the space bar to take a photo. And like I'm not gonna say that my game is better than theirs, of course not. But I'm just saying I'm just tired of that style of game. But I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm hanging too much in indie circles, but that, yeah. I mean, because it's tight gameplay loop and then it's juice. Those are like the two things that the upcoming indie developer obsesses over. But maybe this will be like the boomer indie dev separation, where the zoomer indie dev is like gameplay loop and juice, and the boomer one is like, what happened to the vibes, man? What happened to the vibes? Back in my day, games were all about vibes. I at least made a quiz system in Godot that works for once. I put a quiz mode that you need to answer questions to prevent a bar from filling up. Pretty peak gaming. Yeah, yeah. The games I've won with have been the ones with like these tight gameplay loops. I had one where you shoot rats and have to fill up a beer, and then one where you have to like teach sheep to sing. But it's like, I don't care about those mechanics. Like I could give a rat's ass, pun intended, it was a rat game, about those like filling up the beer mechanic or like teaching the sheep to sing. Those mechanics are just tacked on because I want to keep people interested for long enough to like experience the vibe of the game. Like it's all about the vibe for me. And it's the same thing with the like exploring the forest. So I was like, you know, I just justify the existence for the worlds that I create, essentially, if that makes any sense. I don't really care about gameplay, which is a weird thing to say as a game developer. That's sort of where I'm at. Like when I play Trouble in Terrorist Town, I don't care about the gunplay. I don't care about like how accurate my gun is or that I can pull off like sniper shots or whatever, or like what frame rate the game is running at. I just want to be there and like talk and troll people, you know? That's all I want to do. I don't care about the graphics or anything. They could look like garbage for all I care. And like sled build in Gary's mod, also like terrible game. There's no progression or anything. You just slap together a sled and then it gets pushed off, and it doesn't even matter how you built your sled or anything. Like there's zero skill to it, but still it's like fun as shit. But if you'd come in there and you get one of these gameplay loop, they'd be like, oh, you gotta have like the progression of unlocking new stuff. Oh, and then you gotta have like tighter controls and blah blah blah. And it's like, I just don't care about that. Like it's a fun game. It's just fun. It's just silly, goofy fun. You'll not like the game I'm making. It's not that I don't like those games. Okay, I've played my share of Vampire Survivors. I've enjoyed it. But like looking back, I don't look at Vampire Survivors as like this landmark game in the like games I've played, right? I look at games like Dark Souls. I look at games like Oblivion, which is a very flawed game in many ways. I look at games like Outer Wilds, you know, um, and Gary's Mod. Um, those are more the games that I'll look at, but those aren't, you know, especially the first Dark Souls. I mean, you know, it's a very janky experience, but far prefer the earlier Dark Souls, which is much less gamified than like Night Rain. Never played it. I just, yeah, I've grown wary of roguelikes. Um, the only roguelike I ever played was Binding of Isaac, but I torrented that game. And I didn't even finish it. I played like one level and I was like, this is bullshit. This game sucks. The only arguably roguelike game I enjoy is The Long Dark. But again, just like I said, The Long Dark, just like all the other games I mentioned, is a very vibesy game. It's all about that atmosphere. Um, but like you play on the hard difficulty on The Long Dark, and it very much feels roguelike-y. Because it's you think it's just the average survival game, but there is a lot of like there is a lot of like random spawn and knowing the map and like, you know, but doesn't have like, you know, there's no random zone generation or something like that. It's just random item placement. I do think Vampire Survivors did set a new standard for roguelikes or Horde survivors. Yeah, they probably did, but I just can't stand the whole like you leveled up, select one of 3 items. It was that concept got overplayed. Like the moment I played Vampire Survivors and I was finished with my second run, I was like, this is overplayed. I'm done, you know? Um, and then I played Balatro and I played like a run or 2 of that, and I was like, this is not for me. Like it was fun, but like the excitement soon wears off when it's all about like optimizing your build over a run. I don't know. I think it's very appealing for the indie dev to make that kind of game because it's very easy to play test. You don't have to deal with saving states. Um, so it's sort of like never played Balatro. Yeah. Don't don't play it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think maybe you need just like a special kind of brain wiring to get into those kinds of games like hardcore. I just never could. Last card game I played was Hearthstone. I played Magic, the online version. Um Also didn't play that for very long. I played a lot of card jitsu on Club Penguin. You guys ever played card jitsu? Now that's the proper game. Panfu. I remember as a kid, I was so upset over Panfu. I was malding. I was so absolutely upset because I was hardcore Penguin, Club Penguin player. And it was like the nerve of Panfu to just rip Club Penguin's concept like that. And not only did they rip the entire concept, but they had black and white animals, just like penguins are black and white. They went with the pandas, black and white. And I thought the art style looked like garbage. I even wrote an email to Club Penguin. What the fuck just happened? I wrote an email to Club Penguin saying they should sue Panfu. I was like 12. I played RuneScape. I like RuneScape. Good game, good game. You guys need to stop making games. I don't like this. No, I sent it to Club Penguin. I didn't send it to Panfu. I sent it to Club Penguin. I said, you guys know there's this game Panfu. They ripped your concept. You need to sue them. They ripped your concept. That's what I sent to them. These days, I don't care. But back then, I was hardcore Team Club Penguin. And I was upset. Panfu. Crazy for a 12e? I don't think I was 12. I think I might have been younger. I think I might have been like 10 or something. I forget. I think maybe I stopped playing Club Penguin at 12. I think I was 10. Do you forgive Panfu? I don't think I forgive them, but I'm more okay with it. Yeah, I think I remember because I was in 5th grade or something. You're 12 in 5th grade, right? And I was sort of like, I was sort of ashamed that I still liked Club Penguin. It wasn't so cool in 5th grade anymore. It wasn't very cool anymore. Maybe I was younger. Could I have been 8? When did Club Penguin release? Club Penguin release date. Because I started playing it after Disney bought it. When did Disney buy Club Penguin? 2007. Yeah, it must have been 2000. I remember, yeah, because it was Obama. So 2008. So I would have been 10. Yeah, I would have been 10 when I mauled it over. What made you want to make games? And I think even as a kid, I was always like interested in the concept of making games, but of course, I didn't do like computer stuff that much. I'm born 98, so Obama, I would have been 10. And that's when, during the year of Obama, change, hope, he said, hope. I was sending strongly worded emails to Club Penguin, warning them of the dangers of Panfu. what did I change again? Right, mid-session. I don't. Please watch my live streaming of Need for Speed Underground. Okay, guys, let's go watch this guy's Need for Speed Underground. Zeta Gamer. You guys ready for this? This guy's playing Need for Speed Underground. Let's see. How do I chat? Can I chat? Chat is disabled for this live stream. Your stream's buffering, bro. Your stream's buffering. Bad stream, L streamer. If I could chat, this chat would be filled with L streamer. Bro's terrible at Need for Speed Underground. What are you playing this? Are you playing this game on Nintendo DS? What's up with these graphics? Bro's got the Nintendo DS hooked to the live stream. I remember playing this game when I was a kid. It was a good game. Good game. This game was all about the vibes, man. No gameplay loop to speak of. Just drifting with the lights in the night. Yep. True. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. Good drift. 5,000 added to your bank. That is a sad stream, but yeah, good job. Collect the coins while you drift. Yeah, the Gen Z developer would be like, you collect the coins while you drift, and every lap you make, you get 3 cards to choose between, and then also, you know, when you choose the cards, they give your car different tires, and the tires, when you drive with them, like there's like a juice coming out of the tires, like sharding out a bunch of particle effects that like pull up on the ground. That's the Zoomer take on Need for Speed Underground. Very good game. And then a bunch of coins and sound effects, of course. As you're picking up the coins, it's like pitching up, you know? Remember the old developers back in the days when you'd get an option to share to Facebook? That was the old before there was juice, there was sharing to Facebook. Share to Twitter. Those were the days. Look at this, look at this. I made this shit. Look at this. Okay. Wait. Change perspective. First person penguinized. I missed the Halo days. Halo is the only shooter I played. Got him. Oh, you can actually blow it up with explosives now. That's spaced. Halo 1 split screen. Hell yeah. I played more Halo 2 split screen. I played the mission with the Scarab, the one in the New Mombasa, just so I could listen to Steve Vai playing the guitar over the Halo theme. That was hella based. Good game, good mission. And I would just hang out on the Scarab with my bro. We just try to do our best, you know? Yeah, good game, good game. Anyway, fixed the mid-session join here, so. Legendary was so hard back then. Oh yeah, Legendary was ass in Halo 2, man. That missions in New Mombasa, oh my god, with the freaking sniper dudes, you couldn't even do it. There's no way. And then there's that one mission where you're in the elevator and it like soft locks you, and it's like basically impossible to do unless you're playing like co-op. So absurdly hard. Crazy. Yeah, even in co-op, dude. Even in co-op. That's, yeah, crazy. Yeah, Halo is a good game, though. I played so much Reach, Halo Reach. I'd play on the Forge World thing. Play that with my friends. We'd play online and make these crazy, you know, role play whatever scenarios. We'd turn like places into jails and then do like jailbreak stuff. Good fun, good fun. I think the last Halo game, I mean, I played Master Chief Collection, of course, which brought back some of those good old Halo days. Like playing those the matchmaking with the Forge games brought back the memories for real. Ah, shit. I forgot, like, these guys are so absolutely unbalanced. Usually the enemies, like the bullets damage scale to difficulty, but these guns specifically, I've set them to override the damage that they do. So they do like half your health in one shot, so 2 bullets and you're down. Which is like, yeah, absurdly unfair. I need to turn down the freaking ambient occlusion on this. It's not good. It's not good. You know, a valuable lesson I've learned in design is that when you find something that looks good, like some post-processing effect or like color correction or what have you looks good, just turn it down by like 50%. Because as you're designing the color scheme or whatever, you'll find that your eyes have gotten like adjusted to the setting that you're using. So like in the case of ambient occlusion, you know, as you're fiddling with it and you're trying to turn it up and make it look nice, and it's like, oh yeah, that looks nice, dark, and emphasizes the darkness of the corners. You'll have become so desensitized to it, they don't even realize how strong it is. So you just turn it down by 50% and now you got it, you know? That's not true in all cases. Sometimes you just hit the sweet spot and it just looks good, but in general, the more you fiddle with something like bloom or saturation or exposure or contrast, just dial it back. Subtle is better than in your face. That was a problem with the 2008s. The drab gray colors of like Gears of War and what other, like every single war game ever, like Call of Duty and all those games were like bloomed to heck and then all gray. Fallout was another. Of course, Fallout had its reasons, but, you know, still didn't have to go so hard. Although, I mean, you look at Fallout 1 and 2, and arguably 3 did a better job of representing it than 4. So... Alright. Yeah, I think I need to see, like, the... see. Bullet impact token. That's the thing. So the bullet impact token, what I'm thinking is the bullet impact token could be spawned on the client to give more instant feedback. Because right now, the bullet here, that's literally just spawning the clip. We could just have these, if it is a bullet, then just spawn the impact token on the hit. We'll do that. I want to see if this... No, that still waits, so it seems like... Take hit. Right, okay. Putting 2 hours a day to work on my game is making it... Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like, you know, if you're working on a game and... and you're trying to do it like over time, finding like big chunks of time is much better, because that it's all about velocity, and you're spending a long time getting the ball rolling, right? Getting in the flow. That takes time. It's hard to like lock in, sit down, lock in instantly. Like you can do it, but it's difficult. So not a bad idea to find like bigger blocks of time where you can do that. Oh, right, that's the damage routine. I have 2 weeks off for winter break, so I'm gonna use that. I also do animation and illustration as a side hustle to do. So yeah. I mean, I feel you. I mean, when I used to do university and games at the same time, it becomes like your brain is split and you can't just dive into whatever it is you're doing. So it ends up being very confusing. Wait, is this not used? Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Hey, let's try this out. I also need to see here the damage data. I think enemy damage. It's from all to all, yeah. Sweet. Try this out. I love how players just spawn floating in the air. And no audio now. Hello, yo. Been a very long time seeing your streams. How far is your progress? 40%. Yay. I think... yeah, this stuff here... Could probably break early. I don't think there's any issue like setting the player root and less damaging player entity. Just do it like that. We're still gonna have to reconnect, but that won't be an issue. Because we fixed the mid-session joins. But we recompile. I wonder if there's any way to like have the hot reload support coroutines. I don't know if that was ever a feature in Sandbox. I don't know if that's even like on hot reload coroutines Unity. I don't know if that was ever partial coroutines reports. Changes do apply to newly created coroutines, but ongoing ones won't update yet. Wait, when did they add this? Yeah, features on the roadmap. So it is on the roadmap. Just tasks. But any like async, you know, async is still, you know, essentially coroutines. Right? They can still yield and run. Everything. Pretty much the same. You also had stuff like game tasks, wait for end of frame task. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like whoa. 191 on the bullet. Oh, the difficulty manager. Right. Sorry. Yeah, the joining difficulty manager. I don't know, like, difficulty manager, difficulty modifiers. I think that gets initialized somewhere. Read modifiers. Right, okay. Which happens up here, set difficulty and set difficulty there. Right, okay. So we need to do the set difficulty. I don't know if we get the difficulty synchronized. That's the thing. Let's see. In the lobby, we have difficulty, but difficulty won't be synchronized. That's the thing. I think difficulty is a synchronized, like T difficulty exists on here, which is a network object. Right, so that would never get called. I guess it would get called from does the difficulty selector have any network variables? Yeah, on difficulty state changed. But I guess it hasn't loaded it. Okay, well then what we can do, this is the difficulty manager, which has a start there. Don't destroy unload gameplay. Right, why does it not destroy unload? I guess because it wants to stick around in the level. Right. So we have the difficulty D, which we could pass request difficulty. We can say this: if game manager dot instance dot mid session, or is it what was it called, mid dot joining in session? If we're joining in the session, then we will do a game or global RPC listener dot instance. We can change this to a coroutine. Yield return new wait for fill. There. Oh, all NRPC targets, state authority, wait, and then I guess that would have to send it back. So request and send. And RPC target player ref target and all state the gun difficulty, and then it's RPC info. Source ends with the difficulty difficulty. That not? Oh. There we go. And then Set difficulty, read modifier. Right, set difficulty. Instance dot set difficulty. I think that should be it. Cool, okay. Oh, we need to probably write all. Let's give this a whirl. Changes. Did I not synchronize it? Thought I did. No. Cool. Host. And we'll go for Pongton. Fingers crossed it works. Well, I guess the shooting probably is going to work. I guess it's the difficulty manager that we may or may not see working. We'll see. No, doesn't seem to spawn, but we can at least see now. If the audio see, so here, take hit. Here is never, but we can see if, wait, here is called, okay. Let me see if that is called. No. That is not called. So, what is the debug.log. I wonder if player root var root equals player root. Because I think the root is not the actual root object. I think it's the physical root. This might be that. Yep. There we go. Now it's instant sound feedback. That's awesome, dude. That feels way better. And now, I mean, technically, right? Because we know that these are reliable RPCs. We know that feels so much better, dude. Instantly. We know that they're, you know... Holy shit. Die! Dude, I can't even express how much better this feels. Instant weapon switching. Hit feedback so much better. If we can just get the... And I don't think you're going to get like these ghost hits anymore, right? Because it's all... That was the thing when you walked past enemies before, because it wasn't one-to-one with the hits. And I think that's the thing you have to sort of realize, is that giving the player more authority in a situation like this is more important than like the server having an absolute one-to-one simulation, right? The local player experience is less forgiving than what you're seeing other people do. So if another player is like flying around, flopping on the ground uncontrollably, that is something you can laugh at. But if you're the person who's laying around flapping on the ground because of some server bug, that is not a fun experience. We still have to do a little tango with these guns that seemingly fly in and out of existence. And some of the enemies too, arguably. Wait, these guys don't seem to be too upset with me. I think there is an interesting situation there. Okay. Aggro on attack. Mm-hmm. Is that the problem? Aggro on attack and is civilian? Is it not just and? I wonder if I fly, if I get over there, I'm gonna move my character's butt over there. We'll see. But yeah, I'm forcing myself to use my MacBook a bit more because I've lost my ability to type on a normal keyboard. So I've heard that switching back and forth is supposedly better for the yeah, he just doesn't care. Okay. But because I want to be able to just fluently switch between keyboards. I don't want to be stuck. I hear people like who travel with their split keyboards. I don't want to be that kind of guy. I want to feel fluent. I've already mapped caps lock to backspace on my Mac keyboard, and I'm on this split one now. I'm reaching for the caps lock to do backspace, but I have a caps lock mapped to escape on this one because the backspace is already in a good position on this keyboard. Okay, let's see. So the enemy I wonder here. So aggro on attack. Are they civilian? That is the question. Or are they just aggro on attack? Aggro on attack is civilian. Okay, well. If not, is world. Okay. Am I defining it like... weirdly or something? Like that, data.player. Is that being converted to a bool? It has to be, right? Yeah, is world. So, bam. This can just be changed to true. No, changed to false because the player will always be there. Not world. And there it's true. And we can just say, actually, we'll just say, oops, is world is false. Honestly, that should have been a struct, but you know, hey, that's fine. Okay, well, you're fine. You're fine, little guy. Hey, he doesn't hold his flippers up. Put your hands up. Don't know why he didn't do that. Is there like a trigger or something? Where are there other civilians? I think there are some over here. Yup. Yeah, no, they're not doing the flippers up. Oh, probably because it's that used to run on the server. Gun. Flip, raise. Hitting target. I think that's the one here. Yep, if has state authority. But that's being run on... update state. So we could probably change that to runner dot is shared master client. Let's see, we synchronize that, change specifically. Is that on the penguin controller? Check that in. Ah, shit. Never reload scripts in multiplayer. Bad idea. Bad idea. Okay, we're gonna try this out. I think with this, we're gonna end the stream after this is done. Good progress today. Good progress. I'm gonna be working on the mushroom game after this. So, I think so far so good. I'm doing some procedural biome generation. I'm authoring the location of the biomes. I'm just doing procedural generation within the biomes. I should mention that. I'm gonna have essentially like spawning in rocks, foliage, trees, grass, and most importantly, shrooms. What have you been working on lately? Yeah, I'm working on this spin-off. Not spin-off. I'm working on a side project, the mushroom game. It's basically, you know, web fishing. Sort of like that, but more exploration focused, and you're picking mushrooms that you can sell and eat. As multiplayer as well, using... Yeah, it's, yeah, I'm just reading from the splat map, seeing like what terrain layer is it, and then based off of that, doing like biome generation. So just the actual placement of objects. My thinking, my intuitive thinking goes, because I already have like density generation, so I can generate like grass and trees with set density on specific like slopes and then scale variation. So that's easy, right? I got that going. Right now, I'm not doing any sort of identification of like, I'm not grouping in the biomes. So like, I'm sort of irrespective of where the biomes exist. I'm just generating. So like, if I have this tiniest sliver of moss biome or whatever being drawn somewhere on the splat map, so I could show you, like, I'll show you just very soon. I'm just gonna, it's very rudimentary. I just started this morning. I wrote the basic biome generation. But basically I iterate across the entire terrain in a grid pattern, right? So with a level of granularity, I iterate across the terrain. And then after, like, for each iteration, I consider like what biome am I currently in, and I do that by reading what splat map values I get. So like, what layer is it? And then basically, based on that, I can iterate through like rules, I call them, right? So rules would be like in grass biomes, rocks, trees, and grass can spawn, right? And they spawn with a set density, and the density decides whether or not, like, true or false should this spawn in that specific grid position. And then if it spawns on the grid position, I just do a random offset, right? So you don't see like locked to the grid. I just do like a random offset, and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. It doesn't look half bad. I thought it would look like shit because it's such a simple algorithm, but like those heuristics, grid, offset from grid, and just density is like good enough to make it look all right. Then I need to do some clustering though. Like that's an important thing. You'll notice in nature often grass grows in like clumps. So I could add like two rules, one rule for the grass that grows in clumps, one rule for the grass that just grows spread out. Yeah, it seems like this one's not reacting. I guess the update state is not running. If has state authority, if not. Okay, well, update state should run there. There's no early return, is there? You wouldn't know if it's holding a gun or not. Right, okay, well, I guess this shouldn't even be running here in the first place. Yeah, I also add a spawner pass that goes over all the pixels, and depending on too many factors, does clustering / one-off. Yeah, I could show you now. Okay, I'll have to write this down for tomorrow. Held up gun aiming. We'll just leave this as is for now. Rock stuff is very difficult. I feel like if you have good heuristics, and assuming, I mean, in my case, I'm not generating the terrain. I'm just generating the stuff in the biomes. If you have good enough heuristics, like don't spawn too close to objects or objects of this kind, you know, I feel like you can get like a good enough thing. And then, I mean, in this game, it's a mix. I'm using the proc gen not as a gameplay feature. It's just for authoring of the level. So it's for my own good that I'm doing it. We'll see here if I can. I think I have it downloaded here. Shvamp. But it is surprising how far you can go with like a little bit of you know, simple rules leading to complicated outcomes. And I'll show you now. We can open up the project here. I love this. I don't know why Hub froze, but it did. Does it even like want to start? I mean, yeah, my whole level is proc gen 3 biomes. I've got tree spawning, grass, and ores, but adding the small deets is where I'm lost. Yeah. I mean, that's where you need the clustering, like for rocks, because rocks aren't like evenly spread across the entire biome, right? At least not as far as I'm aware. But then for like, yeah, big rocks, and that's the thing, like those big moments, like say a bunch of rocks nestled up against like a cliff, those are the moments that I can myself author. So I'm doing like light proc gen. I don't have to go full proc gen, you know. I can compromise quite a bit. For me, it's mostly about I need proc gen for the mushrooms. And I need like, where is it being stored? Is it not being stored there? For like just the work I'm doing. I think it is. Should be there. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't want to open. Maybe because library is not synced. That could be. Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I don't get why it's not opening. It's opening on my Mac, I think. Yeah, there it opens just fine. Let me see. Is there like an error log for why it doesn't open? Can I see that? Maybe I have to close hub properly. Something happened. A little flash came. Can I? Yeah, I'll just update it. I don't know. Well, I haven't had this issue before, so, you know, always something new. That's always fun. Work, damn it. Yeah, it's not launching, is it? Yeah, I don't know. Is there like a log, Unity Hub log? Maybe I just need to re-download the repo. I don't know. Just update the workspace. I don't know. Like what's in my... Unity Hub. You think it just opened for a millisecond and failed? Let's what is the point with Windows and local low and roaming? Like what is... I never learned the actual difference between those. The other log is just empty. Is it empty because it's spammed? Remember how in school / some work you could use the same login and have all the same files because it was an org account? I don't remember. I mean, like, I don't know why. I think maybe it's the hub. Maybe there's a Unity Hub log. Let's see, Unity. The Unity Hub updater. Wait, what is so you keep the same on the different ones? The roaming and the local and local low? Oh, are you talking about the same, like logging into a Windows system and like user, like system and user preferences? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, my brain is a bit all over the place right now. I'm also chatting with Mushroom. So still very... I don't think there are any logs here. Like I click open. Nothing. Remove project from list. Let's just delete it and re-download it, I guess. I don't know. Local is local to machine. Local low, I don't know. And roaming is synced. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I just, you know, I just click a random folder and hope for the best. I'm like, maybe it was in local, no, local, low, no, a little stressed. No, I'm kind of chill. I'm kind of chill. Wait. Oh, it's open in Unity Hub, I guess. That's also annoying, dude. Open another program. Just let me delete. Oh, another Unity instance. Which one? What the fuck? Hey, what? What was happening? What? Okay, just delete it, I guess. I don't what the fuck? And it's in an instance. Just close down hub, I guess. Oh, okay. What? Who's got it open now? Is it the what? Is it the plastic? I exit plastic. Try again. No? Okay. Is another process got it open? I guess. What? Okay, well, I guess we can open it. Add project from disk. It's currently open in the Unity. Which Unity editor? Which editor? It's not down there. Is it like hidden? Oh my god, task manager not responding. And it's not showing up. Where is it? Okay, end task. Bye, Unity editor. Open up. Okay, it's still open and... Wait. Oh, it's opening. I'm deleting system 32. Yeah, and as I saw in a tutorial, that's what you're supposed to do. God damn. Today I'm gonna be making a Chinese-inspired stir fry with zucchini. What's it called? Cabbage and some other good stuff. Wow, your PC is starting to work like mine. Yeah. This is like the average Windows experience is a bunch of instances of a program occupying files in the background. And then you don't know which ones are occupying what files. And Windows is like, you can't delete this file. And it's like, well, let me delete it and then have the software crash on me instead. Like, just let it terminate itself because it can't handle the fact that I deleted the file. If I want to delete a file, I should be able to delete a file. And it's like, nope, nope, that's not gonna happen. Not in my country. Like, the only time I have issues with that on like Mac OS is when I'm running like terminal stuff. But then I'm doing it willingly, right? I'm booting up instances in the terminal of like NeoVim listening to a port. But the thing is, when I try to like boot up another instance of NeoVim listening to that same port, it's like, there's another instance, and then I just write kill all NeoVim, and then it's gone, right? It's easy. They tell you. The terminal makes it clear. But Windows is like, you can't delete this. Why? I'm not gonna tell you. Someone's busy. Someone's doing something with your files. Who? The best part is you can delete the file through code, but not as a user and owner of your OS. Yeah. They let you delete it through code, but you can't just like hold Alt down or something to allow it. Or like literally just get like a drop down menu, like advanced. Just what happened to the advanced button? Just give us a little advanced. You can click. And also, you know what's annoying? You know what's annoying? When you copy file paths in Windows, like if I right click this one and I copy as path, it gets freaking appended with the quotation marks. So when you want to use quotation marks as input for like a file path, it doesn't work. The terminal just doesn't like that. And the backslash, biggest crime against humanity ever. Backslash for file paths. What were they thinking? Someone should take old Bill Gates out into the woods and say night night. Of course, he doesn't run Microsoft anymore, but he was part of the mistake. PowerToys, which is a suite of tools made by MS devs, has something called FileSmith or something. Allows you to see what's using. Yeah, I have PowerTools. But even PowerTools is garbage because it has the freaking wonderful Microsoft UI. Like the design language. Oh no, not PowerShell. PowerToys. I just hate the design language of this. It's so bloated and wide and... And the Microsoft employees had to go under the radar at Microsoft company and be like... And they're like, guys, you're making too many good features. You can't put these into the operating system. You're gonna have to make an app for this. You have to make a separate download. We need to keep this as far away from our users as possible. Okay. Finally, I can show you now that I've opened up Unity, I can show you my beautiful biome generation. Keep in mind, I drafted this up in the morning. It's not good. It's not pretty. And I think it seems like the other guy I'm working with may have clicked generate again and changed the seed because the tree is growing inside the house. So, what are we looking at? Well, so basically, you got these grass and flowers spawning in. They're spawning in on the grass. I need to ban... I like the shader loads. It's like an event. I've started to like it. I'm like hyped to see what's going to show up at the other end. But yeah, I mean, spawns in the trees. The trees have a density that's quite wide, you see. But it's quite, you know, efficient. And then you got this little forest here with the rocks. And that's like way higher density. I don't know what I think about like the dissolve of the foliage shader that I have. EC Roads 3D? No, this is just hand painted. No roads here. This is just a terrain shader that I modified. I'm doing a step function. I wonder if my I don't know. But you kind of got microbiomes. Yeah, I mean the when I say biomes, it's a small game. Oh, there's connecting loading bar. That's what the other guy added. I never do loading bars. Yeah, that was a problem with the UI. If I do it like that, it works. What I call terrain feature map. That's what I need to figure out. Procgen on, and I have no... Yeah, okay, that's what we need to figure out the procgen for. So, yeah, I mean, you see here, I'm just literally just sampling, like, what texture it is. I'm not sampling it for the offset, which I need to do, so I don't want to have grass from the grass biome spawning inside inside the path biome, if you will. Like every single splat is a biome in this game. So like this is a dark grass biome. This is a moss biome. That's where there are rocks spawning here, because the rocks spawn in the moss, and higher density trees spawn in the moss. But so a couple of things I want to add. So for the density method, I want to do a comparison to see like how close is it to other objects. So that's one thing. I don't, you know, the density function is random, so it doesn't promise true density calculations. It does, like, you know, with all likelihood, this is the likelihood that it spawns at this density. But you see, like, you can still get really tight clustering of rocks here, for example. But I think for rocks, those should spawn in clusters. Not in just flat, random spread across. Grass, I would have like one base layer that is like this, and then clustering on top of that, so to speak. And then I could still have like, yeah, this manual authorship of like, there's a house here, and there shouldn't be any grass in the house. I could set like a little, you know, like literally just a collider around here where it's not allowed to spawn in. So that's sort of the idea anyway. And I can have up to 32 textures in this in one single pass, right? In Unity, it's 4 textures per pass, but this microsplat is optimized, so it's up to 32 textures in a single pass, which is quite nice. Yeah, apparently this guy can fly also, in case you missed it. The elf can fly. Yeah, 32, because he only ever samples 4 textures per like pixel or something, which means he can do it in a single pass somehow. I don't know. Whereas Unity like samples all of them just all the time for whatever reason. I don't know. There's something like that. I don't know the exact inner workings, but that's sort of the gist of what I remember. He at least does very smart sampling of the textures. But yeah, imagine running around here picking mushrooms. Ah! I didn't think I'd fall down into the ground. I'd say this is good, doesn't feel off. Yeah, I mean, it's alright, you know? I feel like the grass itself looks kind of like garbage. I don't think I want to have the texture grass. I'm gonna have like higher density mesh grass, because that's what I learned in Penguin Springs. This is so much overdraw because these are all alpha clipped textures. But I was surprised, like, you know, my proc gen code, I wrote it like just this morning again, you know. Let's see here. Biome object placer. I think I need to do... Oh yeah, he's got this multi-tool window apparently. That's his thing. He's got a Quake console in the game now too. He does like console stuff. He's got apparently a very high standard for like what is considered a healthy project. So he's coming in here and cleaning up my garbage. Which I guess is a good antidote, because the thing is with me and that fish is neither of us really care about project structure. We both sort of let it die a slow and painful death. Damn, has he tried Sandbox Humane UI? I don't know. He's not like super into UI. I think he's worked for he's worked for other companies, so I have not. I've just built up my own terrible habits. I stick with them. Okay, so basically you have, I'll start with the biome definition, right? So a biome definition is defined as a biome name the index for which the texture we're mapping onto, and then a bunch of spawn rules. And spawn rules are essentially just a prefab, density per 1000 square meters, and then a bunch of parameters that I can just add. So I have height range, slope range, and scale range right now. I'm thinking, yeah, adding clustering later. And so then you have the biome object placer. So there's a cell size, which is defined as the granularity with which I place. I just have like a little container and then a bunch of dictionaries for like the different roots for the object, so they don't clutter up the whole terrain hierarchy. Then essentially just start up by making a lookup, and that's from the texture reader. Oops. I guess, yeah, there. Spawn in the container, look at the terrain size and the origin, seed, and then just iterate across the grid. And it's during this grid that we sample the height for which is supposed to spawn, look at the dominant texture, and then we look at which spawn rules fit into said biome, right? Because we know what biomes exist, and we just look, are there any biomes that should spawn into this index? And then we just spawn, we try to spawn a rule here. And the spawn probability is the expected count per cell, so it's just looking at the average, right? I should add like some property which is like the, you know, the maximum or the minimum allowed proximity to another object, right? Because otherwise you can get these weird clusters for objects that shouldn't cluster, like trees should optimally not grow super close to each other all the time. But of course, the problem with that ends up being that when you do that kind of clustering, like that minimum distance check, you might get a false expected count per cell value, because you're now culling things that tried to spawn, and now you're shifting that away so it doesn't spawn. And so the density becomes false. And I'll see exactly how that turns out, you know, in the end. I think I want to add times 0.25 because I don't like the offset to be so big. And then essentially I look at like, what's the slope? Simple. At what height is it allowed to spawn? Rotate it randomly along the y-axis. Spawn in, scale. Wham bam. Done. Like, that's it. And for all intents and purposes, I mean, none of these blades of grass or rocks or trees were hand placed. This is all just randomly defined. As biomes according to spawn rules, right? The grass biome is just 3 rules for grass foliage, birch tree, and flower foliage. Low density flowers, high density grass, low density trees. That's it. And I think it looks pretty okay. What companies has he worked for? He hasn't worked for companies as far as I'm aware. He's worked for like smaller scale studios. He worked on QUp, which is a very data driven game, except apparently he did it all in prefabs, because it was like very fast iteration. But QUp, yeah, the coin flipping game. He worked on another game, racer game, Phantom Spark. He worked on Nuts. He's like OG indie. He, you know, Pop Sock and those, what are they called? Pop Sock? Sock Pop. Yeah, Sock Pop, like he knows those guys and stuff. So he's like from, yeah, the old indie. He's like back when indie awards shows were still a thing. Now it's all about internet and memes and Reddit and viral TikToks. And that's the gen I'm from, because I'm the TikToker. So yeah. That's the sitch. Honestly, don't know the indie scene well, but the resemblance is uncanny. Like to the methods I did. Guess that means I'm doing something right. Yeah, I mean, it's this was just, you know, this was just going off of intuition. Wait, is it the speech bubble scaler? Wait, I forget. He's asking which one scales the I think it's this one. But yeah, I mean, I like this shader. I like it. Yeah, that's the one I made for the game jam, so. But this is what I need for the, because this game is all about mushroom picking. Yeah, this is the new game. So it's using the Puffin game base, but of course going to be for mushroom picking. So this is like random terrain, not random terrain generation, but random biome generation. So filling in. I think the detail noise is what I need. But I think the normal, I think that's just normal noise. It's not resampling the texture, right? Because my thinking goes, right? Sorry. Let's see, detail noise. Yeah, you can make it like super detailed. But the problem is that it becomes detailed. I think I have to like upscale the actual textures, like globally. I think I could probably do that. Change the shader to like change the global tiling of the textures. Because you can do this. I think I have like, where's the biplanar? Here. So, I mean, you could just turn this up. And not to 10, but to like that. And then you just fill in like this would become just super dense grass, right? And you'd store this as doubles or whatever, so you can have like super dense detail. Like, I'm just envisioning it. Like, you'd essentially have a hidden generated biome. Yeah, I'm ending the stream soon. But yeah, like some underground biome here, so when you're picking mushrooms, you'd see it like this. Of course, it would be more like volumetric. Yeah, I think it's just because I'm getting up so early. I'm usually done by this time. Like, what's the auto UI scaler? Wait, I think. Being in stream is my way of showing support, but you know I'm huge support anyway, so nothing gets lost. Yeah, I appreciate it. But I think we're gonna just end it here. I'm apparently he made a screen resolution independent or something. So okay. I don't know. I feel like, you know, with this we need like there needs to be some depth or something to the textures. That's what I'm not envisioning right now. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. Anyway, guys, thanks for so much for the stream. It's been good. It's been fun. Chill. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be back. We'll do more Penguin Eyes fixing and then maybe some Shroom game even today. Tomorrow, I mean, yeah.